Are we ready? Well, I know I am. I hope I am anyway. So whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone. Whoop, not quite. Close. Welcome to the, what day is it? It's the, hang on, we can fix this. There we go. Welcome to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be working on more Insignia Dev Chapter 1 demo updates so that we can get those sent to the publishers ASAP. I am feeling pretty good. I've been recording YouTube videos the last couple of days, just doing bits and pieces. Also working on the demo, been working on the map system, doing some updates for that. I don't want to waste too much time today because we're already a little bit late, so we're going to jump straight into it. Welcome everybody in chat. Big thanks to Gus for the most recent follow, Chossenger for the most recent subscription. Thank you to everybody on YouTube. There was one thing I wanted to do, which is I just learned like yesterday that there's a way to allow people to do raids on YouTube, which I've never known about. So I'm wondering if there's something I can do to set that up quickly, because I didn't even realize it was a thing before, like not that long ago. So it's called, they call them live redirects. I don't know where to find this. All choose from settings, YouTube Studio settings, community. I don't have a community. I have community moderation. Live redirects. There we go. Okay, save that. Cool. Sweet. Okay, and now it's done. So, yeah, didn't even realize that was possible. It's off by default. Could you believe it? Raids are off by default on YouTube. Alrighty. So, today, it is Thursday, my dudes. We are looking at this. This is not what I spent today doing. I did work on, what did I do? I worked on content creation stuff, which I normally do on a Wednesday. I worked on that this morning, and also business stuff. Unfortunately, I don't even have, I have meetings, but I don't have like a business accounting stuff. So I've been doing some accounting this morning. But now it is post lunchtime and it is time for some Insignia work. We have some meetings coming up at 2 in 20 minutes. So I'm going to quickly just prompt the team. Pretty sure that's what we've got set up. Team stand up, 2 p.m. Cool. Probably won't be a long one. But you know, you got to do what you got to do. Let's get the music at a volume that's a little nicer for everybody. I think that's probably where it needs to live. Everything good for everybody else. Maybe if I lower this a little bit, crank that up a little bit, that's probably where I'd leave it. Let me know if it sounds good to you. So, sounds good. Perfect. Alrighty. Well, I've been very hastily working on some features. I did a little bit of work on the map system just yesterday or just today. So I love that I can do this now with the cutscenes. I can just quickly start and end a cutscene, and I know this one starts a quest, so you can see here what it looks like. So I can now, what you're looking at is at the start of this quest, the map opened up. It showed us where we were. It zoomed out of where we were, moved the screen across until the new destination was on the other side of the screen. So it put the camera halfway between the destination and the origin so that both can sit on screen. And it only does that if you can fit both on screen, because it calculates first how far apart they are. And then it shows you, and then it comes back to the original and then dismisses. So pretty cool. And now you can just, at any time, you can go into the map and you can zoom out and you can have a look and see them both like that. So pretty good for a way of just like orienting the player at the start of the game. Like, this is where you need to go, which is great. And I mean, obviously there are other parts of the game where we have a lot more happening with the map. So like in this scene, for example, you know, this is like from a save file that's much deeper in, and you know, that's looking like that. Yeah, it's good. So I did a couple things. So what did I do? I changed it. So I can check the fork repo. I can tell you exactly what I've been doing. Okay, so HUD, I did a bunch of stuff to make just the, first of all, you were able to, in the past, move stuff around during that little cutscene and like exit the menu midway through the cutscene. So now it's like completely locked when you're in those cutscenes and it's showing you the map. You can't do anything to stop it from doing that. And then I made it so that when we fade in and out of the menu, there's a nice like fade between. Previously it just popped in. So now you get this really nice fading. And not only does the screen fade, but the UI, the HUD fades away. So the HUD's not even there at all now, because the HUD technically gets drawn above the UI. So that's nice. Super smooth, right? You can't break it. It's great. Obviously you can't see this, but along the bottom, I've got the prompts for like the buttons that you can press and what they do. I made it so that when you zoom out, see here how there's these little like ports with the lines between them. When you zoom out, you don't get the ports, but you do get the lines. And then right at the furthest distance, you still get the lines. Even in the most zoomed out way, the most zoomed out view, you still get the lines. So that's a way of kind of like helping players understand like, okay, I still know how the world is connected, because before I wasn't drawing them at all and it just didn't feel right. So it feels good now. What else? I added a little cursor dead center just to make it a bit obvious what you're looking at, because there are ways of, you know, there are ways of me doing some cheating in the game to like let me move around, or just if you're the player, if there's something you want to be able to highlight, which I don't have yet, but it's on the cards, you know, later. The idea of like highlighting quests on the map and focusing them so that you know, oh, that quest is here, that's the quest giver. Like if I draw the lumberjack here where he is, you would hope that when I focus him, it says the quest name, you know, and I could maybe inspect him to go to that quest or something like that. So pretty good. It's way more solid. At the feature set that it currently has, it's in a really good spot. What else do we do? Updates, Forge, tutorial to play again, updates old man scene to not be skippable, updates fader to dim at intended speeds, makes HUD dismissal speed unscaled and configurable, updates map point of interest unlock sequence, and then updates map functionality to show correct selection. Yeah, before it was, see this white rim around the selected map that we're on? Like the current scene is white. Previously, it would show the map and then set the current map, which meant that, or the current level, which meant that you would always, whatever you were looking at was always one open and close late. So if I go into the next scene, it would show this the first time I open up the map. And then if I close the map and open it, then it would show the right one. So it was just an order of operations issue, which now is no longer an issue. So as I leave here, it will now correctly show the correct map is highlighted. So yeah, lots of just little fixes. I still don't have like a map tutorial. I don't have like a thing that's like, hey, this is the map, this is how you use it. Not that, I don't think it's that necessary because it's there from the start of the game and you see it pretty early on. You can access it from here. It's sort of just not that difficult to use right now. Maybe later as we add features, there could be someone who tells you how to use the features. Hey, Virtue versus Vice. Yeah, it's good. I'm pretty happy with it. I also did a bit of an update to this level. It's not quite right now, but I made it so that the trees span all the way across the preview. You can see this here. That used to cut off here and used to be just empty gray background because the asset tiles in real time, but not in the editor. So when you take a snapshot of this level, it just doesn't show correctly. Trying to help make these a little bit better, but we're not quite there yet. What else? Nothing else, I don't think. So we've got 10 minutes, not a lot of time to do a task before people get in here. What do I want to work on today? Let's do that really quickly. A personal stand-up before team stand-up. It'd be good to get Luca's experiments in from design. Or I could just go over to design and check them out. Luca. Yeah. Rolling animation? No, we didn't do that. No, I don't want to do what's happening right now. What I'd like to do is go to what? Oh, different. Insignia. What I'd like to do is just, oh, that's sound design. Where am I right now? Okay, now design is all up to date. Looks like Elias just posted some sound effect stuff. Hey, David All. Welcome. See ya. Davidal. Okay. So we're gonna go check on Scratchpad. So Luca's been doing some work on this little guy. He looks a little stuck at the moment. No reference. Do I have to compile the changes? It looks like the answer is yes. Oh, there he is. That's a different enemy. Cool. Does it hurt us if we... Didn't put a hitbox on it just yet, but we'll get there. Oh, we can't even... Doesn't have a hitbox either. Still good. There was a question about elevation. Where if we were to bring this up, does he correctly know how to maintain elevation? That looks pretty good to me. Ah, but he's a bit stuck. Okay, so I think, I guess the question is, does Luca need me to, how much work do I need to do on this concept? How much work ought I do on this concept to help Luca do his work, continuing the design aspect? I think we probably want to do, I mean, it's pretty easy to validate. I think this enemy is just what it is, you know, like I'm happy to say, like, an enemy that floats around and dives on you is pretty safe design wise. Like, we know what it's going to do. We know how it's going to work. I'm not concerned about it. So maybe we just commit. Having it in the game is probably better than questioning it. And I think just we'll make sure that it works. Which means I'm happy to just debug this today, actually, for a little bit. Maybe for like an hour we could spend, maybe less. 1 Pomodoro, 2 Pomodoros. That's 50 minutes. We'll put 1 in and see how far we get, and then we might put 1 more in. And I'll focus on giving it a hitbox and making it hurtable and fixing that elevation maintenance code. And then that'll be it. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, we still got 7 minutes before team stand up. So I think I'm happy to just keep going. There was other work that I wanted to delegate. Morgan, aka Morgana, Morgan Animator, she is working on Gallier, and I was going to give her some other animation tasks. We could give her Armin's head scratch animation. In fact, what I might do is go to the production, go to animation schedule, add a line for Armin. And then I kind of already did this animation. Oh, no, I didn't. What is the word? Scratching? When you go, ah! What's that called? It's kind of scratching, but it's not really scratching. It's like tending, buffering, padding. I don't know. Rubbing. It doesn't sound right. Nursing. Yeah, I mean, it is nursing for sure. Oh, we were maybe going to show Morgan how to install Unity today. Who am I giving this to? I think I'm going to give this one. Morgan's been doing a lot, but she's only doing animation. If she needs something easy to do, I might drop this over here. And then, yeah, if she needs more work to do, I can drop that on her table. Maybe we'll give Jowl back over to Luca. He's kind of like not super in the story right now yet, but we can have him down in the pipeline. And then, oh, obviously the Here and Caravan is a big one. Luca's got plenty to do. This one, I mean, Rekka's kind of done at this point, so like we can drop her down here. Gallier, we'll see how he goes, and then Armin's next. That's pretty good as a workflow. Let's see if we can prioritize. Oh, time's up. Time to go into the team meeting. I think that's pretty good. We're going to give a bit of time for, I think, I'm not sure where. Oh no, Elias has got a work in progress, so that's not too bad. What else are we doing today? Sound effects review and music. So we might have like an hour to do some enemy design stuff. I think the walkthrough for Unity for Morgan might have to happen in the morning on Friday. All right. G'day, Archlion.
Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good, good. And you?
I'm doing all right.
Team stand up. Cool.
What are you up to?
At the moment, just got back from lunch, was working on a video earlier today, and then now we are just doing some prep to make sure that I know what I can delegate if everyone is finished with their tasks. Maybe we'll do some enemy design a bit later, but I'm sort of spoiling the stand up here if I tell you too much, so.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
It's all good. Cool.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Elias.
Hey. How's everyone doing?
Good, good. Hey, Morgan.
Yeah, good.
Hi, I thought this was tomorrow.
No, we get this one. This one's the Thursday, and then there's actually nothing Friday morning. I don't know if it would be better to do it Friday morning. I feel like now's a good time. It's technically halfway through the week if you include the weekend. Not that anyone's has to work on the weekend, but if anyone were to choose to, if we did it on Friday, I feel like there'd only be a couple of days. I don't know.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any objections to the current like spacing and timings? If you do, like, feel free to let me know, because I don't, I just set this stuff up like last chapter and haven't really questioned it since then.
Yeah. Alright, it feels slightly redundant because we had one yesterday for animation.
Yeah, we did for sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we could bunch them all up so that we have like one day where we do check-ins with everybody, and then another day in the week where we do that same thing again.
Yeah, with the show and tell, once we get more into that as well.
Yeah, this is a really interesting question. Maybe we could talk about it on, like, we could chat over Discord, just in text to formalize it a bit better. Otherwise, I'll forget what we say here. So I think it'd be good, though, to just do a sanity check on the meetings, just so that we're not doing too many, or that when we do them, they're happening at a time when we're getting the most value out of them. Okay, cool, noted. So for now, let's just say welcome to everybody to stand up. Today, again, show and tell, super optional because we haven't really institutionalized that yet. But maybe like from Tuesday, or even we could call it like Monday afternoon. When do we currently do it? It is Monday afternoon. So maybe like next Monday afternoon, we'll do our proper stand up with a bit of show and tell for everybody. But today, just a quick check-in, just making sure everyone's going well. I have been working on map stuff personally, and just making sure that the chapter 1 demo is moving as smoothly as possible, because we've got now a few publishers on the back burner kind of waiting for us. So that's all going really well, actually. Tuesday, we did the first full playthrough of the new demo. And it felt good. The content feels much more directed now. I feel like it's really obvious like what you're supposed to do and why you're trying to do it, and the players' expectations should be aligned with what we're trying to get them to do next in the game, which is great. Still a fair bit of polish to go on that content, but the bones are in a pretty good spot. I don't think there's any more rewrites to be done in terms of like the continuity of what happens and where. Okie dokie. As part of that, I don't think I have much. Like, there's probably maybe like one thing each of the team members can do on the demo. Like, there might be a sound effect I think that we don't have, or something that Elias could help with. Like maybe a track. It'd be great if we had like a boss battle, a mini boss battle track. Not urgently, but that would be cool. And then I've got a couple of Armin animations that I've added that we could even chuck in this week if anyone runs out of things to do for the animation team, but we can talk about that kind of independently. How are things going with you, Elias?
Good. I just pushed ambience for the map. There's like an underlying ambience that
Sweet.
I've been taking a really long time on, and now it's finally there. And then the Cheverton Underground,
Sick.
like crickets and frogs and stuff.
Oh, I can't wait to try it out.
No.
And Luca, how's it going with you?
Hello. Yeah, so I've been working on concepts for that the plunge enemy.
Yep.
So just a couple of ideas and a bit of just really rough sketches. Yeah, so that's coming well, and just doing a few tweaks for the actual behavior tree just to make sure it's working all right, and also working on like the level, like just how they fit in the game and what kind of level design and like strategies that the player can work with
Sweet.
the enemy.
Awesome. I just flashed it up on screen for anyone interested. And then Morgan, animator, how's it going with you?
Not too bad. Nothing's really changed since we talked yesterday. Just the fist slam's pretty much done. I've just gotta, like, the motion is done. I've just gotta, clean up all the stray pixels and stuff.
Yep. Perfect. Cool.
That's where I'm at.
Awesome. And Morgan, composer.
Yeah, I've been working on melodic motif or theme for the Hundens and for Rekka, like we talked about.
Awesome.
I think we have our check-in
Yes.
this afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm happy to do that at that time. Otherwise, yeah, actually, let's do it then. In my mind, I guess because we've got like an hour and a half gap from the start of the sound effects review to the start of the music review. So like if at any time, maybe I'll just like buzz you in if you're free between now and then, if you want to get it out of the way and I'm free and you're free sooner. But yeah, cool. Well, I'd love to do that this afternoon.
Cool.
Awesome. All right. Well, that sounds good. Sounds like everyone's busy and got stuff to do, which is awesome. I am feeling pretty good. So hopefully everyone has a great rest of your week and a great weekend. I'll see you all. I will see you all on Monday. But Morgan P, if you did want to have that catch up Friday morning nonetheless, to talk through Unity stuff, I'm still game to do that.
Oh yeah, yeah, totally.
Sweet. And then yeah, Elias, if you wanted to stay on, we can check out some of those sound effects and give some feedback then.
Sure thing.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, team.
All right,
Alright.
thanks,
Thanks, Adam.
Adam.
See
Thanks,
ya.
guys.
See ya.
Okay. So, hey, Elias, how you doing?
Well,
That's good. I'm just going to update this. SFX. I'm buying time here. Review. Stalling out. Okay, so we're doing sound effects review. Transition. Dun, 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 dun. Sound effects review. Maybe we could get a sound effect for that transition. Actually, we probably could just play the sounds from the game. So, let's check out some map stuff, shall we?
sure.
I'm going to check out and fast forward right now. And I'm going to have a listen. Actually, it'd be really good to go to development and just merge them in directly. I know that what you're doing is worth merging. So I'm just going to merge into development. Straight to prod. And then we'll just what is the differences? Why can't I see the diff here? Or actually, don't save. Is there a way to merge them here? This is sound design. Fixed arm and camera. Dot transform dot position. Where Where does this live?
Yeah, it's that extra line that just tells Fmod what the player position is. I did a little cleanup with the spatialization.
Yeah. Well, this seems fine to me. I'm wondering why it's upset about this. Is it... Oh, this is my version, this is your version, but your version understands my version because you've got this player character reference. So you already are aware of that, which is great. So maybe I'll just pick yours. Oh, no, oh, hang on. I see. So the way that I would merge this is, I don't know how to do this, but basically I want to like rewrite what I would do here. I wonder if that's possible. Merge in VS Code. It's basically, I know exactly what I want to do. I changed the reference to include player character that isn't Armin.
Oh, right. I see.
So
It's no longer called Armin.
Yeah, that's right. It's just that this, and we wanted this Fmod Unity runtime player position. We wanted this too.
Yeah, if you could honestly just copy and paste that line. It's just the one line.
Yeah, so then this becomes player character dot position, as does that, and then complete the merge, and that should be fine. Boom.
Sweet.
And then these are not important, or I'll just use, I think you use development for these. Commit. Perfect. Cool. Did I just do that inside of design, or did I merge in sound design properly? Oh no, it's there. It's merged. Good. Cool. I don't know what's going on here. Scene graph gets all weird. Okay, perfect. So we're talking about map ambience. Hey, Saravati. And I'm going to crank the audio.
A windy ambience there.
Yep. Nice. Oh, so nice. And I like the filter too.
Wait, do you have it with the music in?
Yeah. Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay.
Let me crank it so that everyone can hear it. Oh, I just want to hear it outside as well. It's nice. It's almost nostalgic.
It does kind of, yeah. It's like the sound of a memory.
Yeah. Let's push that further. Interesting that the retro filter makes the background stronger. Huh.
Speaking of the background, I don't know if this is intentional or not.
Yeah.
But I noticed that the parallax on the y-axis is inverted when you're moving around.
Oh, wait. Is it?
Like it moves in the opposite direction of the map contents.
Oh, I think you're right. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I gotta fix that. Thank you. I'll put that down. Good catch. That just totally snuck by me. Cool.
Also, there's that like new zoom animation that looks like when you open and close it. That looks really cool.
Sorry, it's hard to hear you because I put the volume up so loud. There's a new zoom. Sorry.
When you open and close it now.
I
Like it
think I
kinda-
heard that before. That's from a little while ago, though.
No. I mean visually.
Oh.
Since I pulled it, I was just like, oh, that looks cool. That wasn't there before.
Yes, there is a new zoom. That's right. Sorry, I'm responsible for that. Yes. So when you open it and close it, well, it always, maybe not since your version, but for like the last couple of weeks, it's been zooming on the way in. But it also has like a fade now that's a bit more natural, going between the two.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's the fade that I'm.
Yeah, it was a bit jarring before.
Subconsciously
And then the other thing is the system for how I contour it when it's like how I orchestrate it inside of cutscenes is a bit better. So previously, when we go into a new like this, I used to be able to screw around with this quite a lot, whereas now you can't break it. So it'll do all this and then go back and then dismiss correctly and it still behaves perfectly. So it's becoming much more of a stable feature now. I'm really happy with it. The only thing I would change right now is I can't zoom and scroll at the same time. So I'd want to be doing some more natural zooming in and out. But right now, doing that totally screws it up because it just can't track both simultaneously. So yeah. Did we want to test out some sounds in the underground?
Yes, there's.
So
Added them to a bunch of scenes. Yeah, that one's good.
Oh, you already added it. Look at this guy. Nice. Oh, hang on. I got the wrong music here. What would be good music? Maybe just nothing.
Oh yeah, I added music because I was testing the map thing.
Yeah.
That's temporary.
Do you know what would be a good one? Would be the music for when we're just like skulking around. I think it's Dog Quest Underground. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. Okay. Yeah, maybe fewer birds. Maybe no birds and just insects.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the warbling is it makes it a little too friendly. But the rest of it's great. Maybe we could have a state within, like a parameter for the birds. Because I feel like maybe above ground, if we were to play it up, where there are trees and stuff, like more trees, I feel like we would hear the birds. But I like that like constant sort of background hiss of the insects. That's really nice. That's perfect for this. I don't want to crank it up even higher. Yeah. Is that like frogs as well, or crickets or something as well?
A bunch of stuff. Frogs, crickets, cicadas.
Yeah, that's totally right. Cool. Awesome. Okay. What else do we have to review? Anything else, or are we good for now?
That's it for now.
Awesome. Cool. Good work.
Thank you. I just started on the, what's it called? Cheverton Town.
Yep.
Ambience. But if you want me to if there's, you said there's some stuff for chapter 1 demo that might needed to be done.
Yeah, it's
I'm happy to
probably
pivot on
not.
that if it's more urgent.
It's not more urgent right now.
Okay.
It's probably like any time within the next like 2 or 3 weeks, we'd have to get to it. But I'll have to. I think the next time I do a playthrough, I'm just going to keep a note of sound things. There was one thing that I was like, oh, why don't we have a sound for this? It was a Sting related event that yesterday as I was playtesting, when you learn a new ability, there is a title card that shows up that shows you what ability you just got, and it currently doesn't have any sounds accompanying it. It's just like a screen that pops up. But I think it would be nice to have something. It's crazy because it's changed. This is one of those things where I'm hesitant to make a decision about how it should operate until it's like 100% locked in, because it's changed orientation within where it lives in the structure of learning a new ability many times at this point. It's been something that you get after you learn the ability, like after you've like brought the enemy soul into the crucible. It's been something that you learn at the beginning. It's been something you get halfway through. Right now it's at the beginning. So you load into the crucible, and then there's like a voice that explains to bring the ensigns to the crucible. And then at that point, I show you the ability. And so I want the player to feel like they've been, right now, the direction would be like the player's been given a gift, basically, or like something mysterious has been bestowed upon them. That's how I would frame it. Lore-wise, it's hard to make that work. But I guess like the way that I would try to explain it is like it's on loan until you get to the crucible. Because you can't leave the crucible anyway. So like that whole moment can be considered like an instant in time. But previously it was, in terms of the gameplay, it was something that would only happen after you hammered the ensigns in at the crucible. It's just that like from a tutorialization standpoint, from like a pedagogy standpoint, I have to give the player the ability and have them then reach something. That's a more natural, intuitive way to use it than to like be in a space where you don't have it yet, and then you get it and then you leave the space. It's like, what's the point of the space at that point?
Yeah, because when you reach the crucible, you do get the cutscene of it like going
Yes.
into the mastery menu, right?
Yes.
So I
So
guess that's kind of the second beat of that.
yeah, it's become 2 beats. So yeah, you have this, and then this coming down, and then hooray, you did it. So that's like in my mind, it's like the difference between previously it was all 1 beat, and now it's like having it on loan versus like sealing, like locking it in kind of thing. It's not, yeah, I'll have to just make it work. I don't even think it's one of those things that probably needs to be explained. It's just like hey, here it is. Like people won't question it.
Yeah.
And I've spent too much time trying to make it like fit a very specific way poetically that just isn't conducive to like good gameplay. If I play this now, I think this is what I'm trying to say. It may or may not play, actually. I don't know if this is enough to trigger the... Yeah, so you get this little beat, and then the card shows up here. Yeah, so this moment here, I think, now needs something, just sonically, to accompany the thing coming up. And it's not just a tactile thing. It's not just like a... It's like a... something positive, like a da 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 kind of thing. But yeah, I think I'm not ready to delegate it yet, because it's just not 100% locked in. I don't want you to work on it and then have to change it under you. Okie doke.
Gotcha.
Cool. So for now, yeah, feel free to keep chipping away at the Cheverton town, and then that should get you till Monday, and we'll catch up then.
All right.
Cool. All right, Elias. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care. Okay. Maybe we'll just see if Morgan Composer is interested in. Man, it's so cool seeing everybody produce work and have it go into the game and have the game be moving along. A message from YouTube. The House Gremlin says, glad to catch you live. It's been a fan for a while. Thank you for all the tutorials. I don't remember how I found you, but your knowledge has been indispensable. Thank you so much. That's really nice. Hey, Lautar OST, Lautarost. We are doing a catch up with the team. Everyone's just been checking in on what they've been working on this week, and we just did a sound effects review after that for some new sounds that have gone into the game. I'm going to bring this audio back down to where it was. Cool. So I think, I'd like to work on enemy stuff today, if that's something that we can focus on. I just don't know what's going to happen with Morgan. I probably shouldn't be like shifting meeting times around. I just thought maybe if she was there, we can catch up before. Okay. I'm jumping off. All right, cool. So I am currently working on some demo stuff. I'd like to help Luca with the design branch that we're on. So we're going to check this. We're going to take this and get rid of all of this. Discard all these changes, and then we're going to skip over to the design branch. Robin Rhombushead says, I was watching Emperor's New Groove before the stream. Okay. That's good. It's a good flick. And then we're going to go to Scratchpad scene. Don't save those. Open this. And Luca has placed the enemy a little far away from where I would. I'm going to put it dead center. Oh, okay. Maybe it was doing it for the test, for the vision test. I think this enemy, I'm going to make some changes here. So let's put some music on and get back to it. So we have this self-awareness property, and then we have a target awareness property. And the target awareness should give us access to vision distance. This is how far away it can see. And right now it's sitting at 2.56, which is my typical distance for everything. So 2.56 is about half the screen, a little less than half the screen. Luca is still working on it, but I don't think that the changes that I will make will have an issue with his changes. Maybe that's, you know what? Good point. Maybe we should just check in really quickly. Because merging might be a bit annoying. You know what? Let's do that. Let's just leave it. We'll leave it. Good point. Good point. Good point. Yeah, you know what? It's not mandatory right now for me to do it. Like, there's nothing that I'm going to do that's so valuable for him that he should stop doing what he's doing in order to wait for me. That's just not where we're at right now. I'll just after Friday, I'll just tinker away at it. Because I would just add some hitboxes and fix one property about how it evaluates how far it is from the ground. But if it's me, knowing me, I'm probably just going to go and do a bunch of stuff on top of that anyway. That's also a really good point, Ian. Yep. All good points. I'm being neurotic. Or not neurotic, but like this is his first enemy that I've given him this way. And I think it would mean a lot to him to be able to get as far as he can go alone. And then me review it and maybe give him feedback rather than just like meddling. So, yep, you're right. It's just, I guess I jumped the gun a little bit with this stuff because I'm so excited. I kind of like know what I would do to change something and I would easily just jump in and change it, but I don't do that for anybody else. So yeah, it's all good. We did speak about it already. We did speak about me doing some of those changes. Don't worry. It's not like I'm just jumping in on top of his work. We spoke about them yesterday, but I still think you're right that giving it a little bit of breathing room would be a good choice. So, chapter 1, back to chapter 1 playthrough. That's what we're doing. We didn't quite get all the way through yesterday. We had a couple of moments that we got stuck on. Let's see if we can just fix that Y parallax on the map first. Keep your scheduled connects. Some people hate that. Hear the ping and are like, what now? Yeah. It's tough. It's a tough balance because it's me. I'm me, and I know what I'm thinking about the team, and hearing feedback from the group is different from what individuals need at any one time. So yeah, the ping to, I mean, I did mention it as well, but I think I'm also too, I even when I wrote the message, I was like, am I over trying to over optimize this? That's just, lack of confidence because I'm still building experience. And you don't want to you want to be receptive to people's needs and opportunities so that you're not letting them go to waste as well. Anyway. Alrighty. So set up port connections for each connection. Okay, we want to do the scrolling. Okay, so this handle input is what we're trying to do here. And then our input is the normalized vector. And the panning direction, all of this is fine actually. It's what we send to the shader that we need to think about. So this here, times equals... No, that's not going to work. Just minus the y. Yes. That should be fine. But the y is so much stronger than the x. So when I move to the right, it moves left. When I move down, it moves up. That's correct. It's correctly inverted, but geez, the y-axis is crazy on this thing. But the travel has this giant divide by 10,000 on it, right? Which is huge. And then we're subtracting the cam.local position from that. Maybe the minus 10,000 needs to happen. The divide by 10,000 needs to happen at the end. There we go. But now it's barely parallaxing at all. In fact, you know what I think it was? It's just, It's the y of this needs to be inverted. But that's what I just did. It's so strange. Why is the y so much? The x is like not at all. I guess flipping the y is not what we want to do. It's not flipping the y at the end. Maybe it's just flipping the y of this. There you go. Perfect. So now, going down, it goes up, going up, it goes down, going right, it goes left, going left, it goes right. So it's lagging behind what we're doing. Cool. That's correct. Awesome. There was one more thing I wanted to do with the map, actually. Do you know what? I'm so desperate to ignore these changes. How do I do that? How can I add these? It's tough, right? Because the files themselves I want to be in the Git. But I don't want the changes to the files to be tracked by the Git. Do you know what I mean? Like there needs to be a background fx.render texture. Maybe it's something that I should be creating at runtime. Maybe that's it. Like all the time, this material, this, like all of this stuff, I kind of don't need. It's like I should unstage everything except this. And just stage that. Everything else is nonsense. frustrating. Like, I don't want them to be staged automatically. It's not that I don't want to track them. It's just that right now they're constantly getting updated when the game runs. All right. So, yeah, the other map thing that I wanted to do was I wanted to get the bounds of the entire graph. Particularly the bounds So I don't want the player to be able to scroll off the map. But in order to do that, I need to know which nodes are visible. So when we set up the graph and we process all of the nodes, now I want to, as we create the nodes for each, if it's in graph, add, increase the Is that a thing you can do? Maybe if it was bounds. I really don't know what the difference between bounds and rect is. I think bounds is a reference type. No, it's a struct. Grows the bounds to include the point. Well, that's what I want to do. So I think we could say like cool. I was having this terrible issue the other day where I could not for the life of me get on draw gizmos to do anything. I could not draw the gizmos anywhere. So annoying. Like, get this. Public void on draw gizmos. Debug.log. Hey. Okay, if this works, I'll be really upset, but also relieved. I'm trying to take advantage of the egg on my face karma that every streamer suffers when they try to demo something. Oh, perfect. Oh, great. It works. Amazing. Okay. Good. See, that's how you get Unity to do what you want. You just dare it to not work, and then it works. So we have some bounds now, but those bounds are not in world space. So what we want to do is go graph to world space. I wonder where that cyan cube is supposed to be drawn right now. It's doing it. Is it this little guy there? This? -4, -3.1, 100. 5.2, 3.11, 100. I mean, those seem actually pretty reasonable to me. Wow, I'm such an idiot. Draw wire cube does exactly what I would have wanted draw bounds and draw rect to do. I mean, that's a cyan thing. If I make it red, that's a red thing. Okay. Why? Well, that's certainly not moving. So I don't think that's the cube. But it is the only thing that's red. Now that kind of proves it. Okay. So maybe the bounds weren't calculated properly? Maybe graph to world is not what we should be doing. The thing is, I mean, those are pretty reasonable numbers. -4, 5, 100. Those are huge numbers. Like in world space, those are big numbers. Is it a 3D thing? Is it like it's just far away? Because gizmos are 3D. It's supposed to be here. This guy? It's possible that it's just really far away. But this, what I don't understand is that when I cast this to vector 2, right, that should place it basically flat. It shouldn't matter what the number is. Or maybe we're just wrong. Maybe it's just the wrong scale because we didn't pass those into that. So actually, this sounded pretty good. Okay. I think instead what we got wrong was, well, I just don't buy it because as nice as these figures are, the graph, I mean, it's much smaller than that. I mean, it's just these two here. So unless we're just doing something wrong, let's go check which levels are getting added. Just those two. Hey, thanks for the follow. So given that it's just these two, and I should check what time my meeting is. Pretty sure it's at 4, but I want to make sure. Yes. If it's just those two, TZ. Thanks, Ian. Ah, time zone. Gotcha. Well, the node has properties and we can check out like world. We could even just do the transformed opposition. That's even easier. Working on the game for years? I have been. That's correct. That's right. How did you know? Node.transform.position. Okay, so maybe we need to add the camera's position to this as well. I don't think that makes sense. Strange that as I move the camera, it doesn't do anything relative to... You can't see the line show up. Ah, because that's not where I'm drawing. Oh, no, it is. Aha. But still not moving correctly relative to the zoom scale. So difficult. I think the gizmos are making this difficult. I don't think it's actually what I'm trying to do that's hard. It's how I'm trying to visualize it without any kind of anchor. Pablamos. What color? Vert. Okay. Oh, that's not a good one. What the hell? Whoa, that one's soft. And it was yellow. It didn't crunch. Wow. That's a no-eater. I just dropped a bit. Hang on. I know I dropped a bit and I can't find it. That is the worst feeling. Actually gone. I could feel it tumble off my finger. There's something. Okay, maybe that was it. Well, they don't normally. Anyway, I've never seen that before, even with like super stale ones. All right. So, new idea. Let's have a think about what's happening with our camera. Gizmo's off. Oh, geez. That's scary. So, here's our world graph. I don't know why it's like that. It's like, where is the actual graph? There is the world graph camera. There is the canvas and the clouds. And it's the camera position which intersects perfectly with that canvas. Okay, so the camera's good. The camera then has the canvas, which then has the labels and stuff on it. That's fine. The camera then has the graph, and the position of, say, Armin's icon relative to this they don't share local space because they're sister objects, not nested, which means that it is the, oh gosh. Well, it's not the world position of these things. That's the tough part. It is the local position. Let's see, is the graph is at 0, 0, 0, and the camera is at some number, which is going to move across all of this stuff. Oh, geez. I can see why this has now become a problem. That's stinky. If only the graph's position, if the graph contained the camera, this might be a lot easier. It's just that I think that the graph changes in size. When I do operations to zoom in and out, the graph is scaling up and down. So to avoid that affecting the camera can't be a child of the graph. And in a way, I mean, zooming like this will also affect the bounds around which the camera is allowed to be scrolling. Hey, Fake Coffee. So, I mean, that's a problem. Hey, Freddy Confetti. You have. Welcome. How's it going? You have seen me on YouTube. So, we would want if we just add the world graph's main position, the transform position of the world graph, to the absolute positions of, hey, load creator, still a long way away. We need to secure funding for the back 2/3 of development. As far as the game is concerned, like systems and stuff, we're really making very good progress. The game systems are pretty much done. And we're doing our second chapter of content at the moment, which is moving smoothly. It's mostly just, we're just getting around to it. We're just doing it. It's just about doing it. So I'm working on a map at the moment. How far should you be able to zoom in and out? I guess this is like this far. You wouldn't want to be able to go much further than putting the furthest extremities halfway across the map. I'm trying to draw a bounding box around which the camera is not allowed to move. And the camera right now is not really, it doesn't have a position in, well, I still think that we could use the absolute world position of the contents to bind the camera to. I still think that's fine. Well, no, it needs to be in local camera space. That's the thing. Or like local transform space. It needs to be, otherwise it's not going to work. Because if we move around in the game, it's going to have to recalculate them, which we could do. It's not that hard either. But I'd like it to be smart. So what I want to do is say, hey, take the camera and calculate its position from world space to local graph space. So there's route to scene graph. That's not really what I want. Then there's graph to world, which is the scene graph route times the zoom scale. I do this every time I open, which means, you know what? All right. What is Adam? Who is Adam? Where is Adam? Okay, we got something now, which is a lot closer. Hey, Castasaurus. Oh, that's actually tiny. It's all the way over here. Still wrong though. Oh, hello. That's something real. That's much better. Now, if I multiply that by the zoom scale, that's closer to being able to combine them. What if I divide by zoom scale? It still has us at 100 on the Z position. Not that I think that that does anything. I don't know why this number becomes 100. Well, actually, I do know. We'd have to update that. But that's okay. We don't need to do that right now. What the hell am I doing right now? Okay, 1.8654. Yeah, I mean, it's the right shape, but not really, right? You would expect this blue box to go from here all the way to there, and exactly that and nowhere else. Unless you have to instantiate it with the first bounds. Because if you take a... Oh, hang on a second. If you take a rectangle that has no size or volume, and then you encapsulate something that's like this, it's not going to become this. It's going to become this. So it's actually going to grow from the 0 position into what you add to it when you encapsulate. Because there's no reason for it to delete its 0, 0 width and height and 0, 0 position. It's just going to just add to that. So instead what we need to do is say if yeah, buddy. It knew what I needed to do just in that little moment there. Clever girl. It freaking got me straight away. GPT's crazy, man. Like, the only if that I could have, or the most likely if that I could have written, it knew to write, which, like, meant that it was, like, ahead of me in that moment. You little jibbity. I don't know why this and this are two different things. That really bothers me. I guess because it's not taking into account. so close. I guess we could take the graph position and then plus that. Nope. What is this graph called? In world graph. Quad is viewer. I don't know what viewer is. Nope. Camera is that. Canvas is graph. So it is canvas. Hey, Kratesh. So the canvas. No, it doesn't matter. It's just the world position. I shouldn't have to do any of this stuff. I should just be able to take the center and just call it the center. And that's where it is, and that's where it's being drawn. And I can make this a vector too. And that's it. Do I have any side jobs? I do dev full time. I don't have a job that's not game dev related outside of game dev. I do other contracting stuff. I do social media stuff, if you want to call that other jobs. Like I have a YouTube channel and a Twitch stream. This is that job. I'm doing a game at the moment for a museum. I would say I'm full-time game dev. But I don't get to make the game all day, every day, if that's another way to put it. Okay. Like I have other things I have to do. So that... I would say that's the correct bounds. That looks good to me. So now, those are the real world positions. So I could just say, force the camera inside of this. I mean, that's really what I'm trying to say. That's pretty good. Not perfect, but it got pretty close. Oh, we're way off. Does it stop me? It does stop me, but not on the y-axis. But it does on the x-axis. Which means, does it on this side? No, which means it's too big. So I think that ×2 is probably unnecessary. Oh, yeah. Is it stopping me this way? Not vertically. So like the width is good, just about. It's not really right. It's not really right. See if we can get that gizmo back. Yellow. Bro, where's yellow? You brute. How dare you? How dare you omit the N from my undraw gizmos? Okay, now it's drawing the gizmos. Oh, there it is. Probably should get rid of the rect that does the vector 2 part because I want to see them in place. I mean, that's looking... I mean, technically that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to vector 3 a vector 2 because I'm trying to get rid of the Z from this. I don't even know what this is doing. Where's my pivot? Okay, this is my world graph, right? And I'm trying to draw the gizmos right here. But instead they're being drawn I think, all the way over here. If I flatten it all down, it should be okay. But now you can see the size and the position is wrong. So like the first thing I would want to do is say, okay, multiply this by 2. That's definitely what you want to do. And now offset it by something. And I don't know what that something is. Like it's the center of this thing is here. And I don't know. I guess it could be this. Well, that didn't do anything. Like minus. If I do that, okay. And that. Okay. And that. Okay. That now encapsulates what I would have expected. And the position of the world graph, coincidentally, is this, -4. So if I add transform.position to this, it should be perfect, but it's not perfect for some reason. What if I subtract the world position from this? I still get nothing. I don't understand why that's the case. What? How is the transformed opposition 0? How is the world graph's position not considered 3 and 2? Is it because it's in a different scene? Oh. Now that is really interesting. Suddenly we get a very different thing. So now well, again, it's certainly not plus, is it? And what about local? Haha! But only on the x-axis. We gotta flip the y. Well, that didn't do what I wanted. Oh my gosh. Okay, okay. Wrong. Do I even want these things to be aligned? Jesus, I hope so. I mean, that seems good, I guess. That's a good thing. If I go to a different scene, is that even consistent? No. No, what I'm trying to do is I got my map, right? All my levels. I'm trying to lock the camera scrolling within this bounding box. The bounding box is determined by the position of all the nodes. So I want to say like, hey, add all of these positions to a rectangle until the rectangle contains all of them, and then lock the camera in that space. The problem is it doesn't have a shared unit space. So, I mean, it could be world space, which is what I'm doing. I guess we could just say like, it's not camera boundary if node all nodes bounds. It's pretty much that. It seems to know what it's doing. Maybe I'll just let it do that. It just one-shots it. No, I mean, it's able to go much further than that. Couldn't you use Unity's bounds? I am using Unity's bounds. But it's not as simple as that. It's not as simple as just using them. Hang on. What the hell is this, man? Yeah, I'm already using that. We're already doing that. We use that to generate the bounds. It's more about how to clamp the camera in those bounds, which is not going very easily. Because they're in different spaces. It should be straightforward. Thanks. Okay. Can't we just say yeah, can't we just do that? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, see, this is the problem. It's clamping, but it's clamping inside of a space. That's not relative. It's not related to where we actually are. If we take the zoom scale out of it and just say, hey, these are the positions, like, just go. Now see, look how small the rectangle is that it's able to move within. This is why I was doing all that work. It's really annoying because this is world space balance, right? So like, no matter what, this should be correct. Let's try this. Uh-huh. It's drawing them late. It's storing them and then they're getting updated afterwards. Look at that. That's actually correct. So now if I try it, now the camera is correctly binding. So it's not that we were checking the wrong space. It's that we were calculating it too early. I friggin' knew it. It's so inefficient though to do this at the end. Because I've still got to iterate through all of the nodes. What? And it's still not right. Because it's zooming. Oh my god. Oh man. Okay. This then needs to be on a schedule that checks when the zoom has finished. If we're going to do it this way, this is the cheating way, but if we're going to do it this way, we need to do it when the zoom is done. Or not zoom at all. But the reason why we have to do this is because we're using the renderer bounds of the node, not the position of the node in world space. There's trouble here because we should be able to just transform from any point in graph space into world space at all times. That shouldn't be an issue. This is where I started with this. So if we go back, well, I already can't zoom and scroll simultaneously. I already can't do that. Yes, what I want to do is, like, ideally, we should only ever be in one space. And everything should just be living in that space. Like, the problem is that the camera is what's moving around right now, and the camera is in world space. So there's no, and the canvas that draws the nodes is zooming in and out. It's doing a lot of movement. So what we need to be able to do is write a function that can convert, or I might have already written it, but we're not using it. A function that can convert like just arbitrary serialized node space to any point in the scene right now. And that needs to be able to update in real time. So it needs to be able to take the current scale of the canvas into account. So that's our task, actually. Is to render at least like a dot for every node, exactly where the node is. So let's go back to clamp and not do this. Okay, so we're free again. We can do whatever we want. That's great. That's what I want to be able to do. Just like that. Resolve its world space in real time. Yeah, see how this... Well, this is the thing. That might be... Well, no, because that's not the current. That's not anything. And if I zoom... Well, it does shrink. But this is, it's just wrong. I mean, like the logic is wrong. Unless there's something that I'm not getting about the way that the camera, well, it probably is something I'm not getting about the way that the camera works. But if we go into world graph and then go into the graph and then go into like one of the nodes, well, that node there, I'm not seeing, I don't know what these 4 dots are. I mean, straight up, it's wrong. So graph to world doesn't work. Maybe I don't need to do this. I have this function called it's like graph to world, I'm pretty sure. Get graph position center. That didn't seem to do anything. This is literally just posting exactly what I just wrote. What does it do? It takes scene graph to root of a position and it multiplies by the render scale. See you, Ian. Yeah, it's actually so frustrating how I've dug myself into this hole. It's so annoying. There's so many things happening here that I gotta put the air on and I gotta get a drink. I'll be back in a bit. All right. I don't know why we're pixel perfecting this. Scene graph to root. I don't know what root is. But we're also not using zoom scale in this until here. Hey, Kenji's mods. So, look, that's whatever. I don't have a lot of experience with 3D games. I couldn't give you like proper, like long-term decisions to make to do with 3D. I've only ever done experiments in 3D. I mean, even this is wrong, because when it opens the map, it's not opening it at the graph position center. Because that's the graph position center right there. So like straight off the bat, it's wrong. Let's focus on just getting this right. The problem is that well, I have to think about this in relation to this. So maybe I'll just ignore what's happening up here for a sec. And we'll just say, okay, this dot needs to be the center of this thing here. So what would need to change? What would need to move to set this to be the same? That's what it is. It's the position, it's the world position of our graph. So this graph to world needs to take the transform.position needs to, sorry. What did this used to say? I have a feeling that's not right, but it's okay. We'll just figure it out. Now that's pretty close, but then as we draw it back, if this becomes 0, 0, it's perfect. As we push this forward, it goes the other way. So it needs to be minus. And then as we push this back, it goes back, which means it's this. I'm pretty sure it's this minus that. And then as we push this forward, it goes back, still wrong. Am I even using that? Can't be that. It can't be. Okay, well, whatever. Adding. Still doesn't do it. Everything becomes inverted all the time. No matter what we do. How can that be? Does does it not update maybe while the game is paused? But then if I add that, they should now be going in the same direction. Ooh, they are going in the same direction, and that's dead center. Okay. So now at least we have something that's consistent. We have a meeting right now, pals, with our audio, with our composer. So, oh, but that's dead on. That's actually spot on right now. Is that always spot on? It is always spot on. So actually, we actually solved it. Cool. Okay. Well, jumping in. Let's do music for a bit, and then we'll come back with fresh eyes, and we'll solve this in one go. That's how these things go. Kenji's mods. I would like to make 3D games though. I think that'd be awesome. I think that's something that I'd like to do next. Maybe like every game that I make from now on in a game jam, I'll do in 3D. I'll like force myself. Yeah, but 2D is hard too. You can make a simple 3D game. Even if you do pixel art for like the character controller or something. I think I just... Anything is hard in a jam. I just need the experience with the pipeline. You know what I mean? Without it, I'm never going to build that experience. It's fine for me to be bad. Yeah, I think what I would do is maybe do some boilerplate work. But like, you know, a low poly barrel shouldn't be that hard to create. Or like crates, you know what I mean? Especially if I'm doing, I'd love to do, I have done 3D last jam. I did one with Magic of Voxel. That was last October. Or maybe it was earlier this year. I did 3D in a jam. I didn't submit it, but I got, you know, reasonably far. Magic of Voxel is a good starting point. The only challenge is you can't really do animation in it that's straightforward. And it's only for grid, like, you know, voxel-based work. Okay, Morgan needs 5 or 10 minutes. Let's keep working on this thing. Okay. So, technically, I think subtracting this from whatever comes out of this is the correct answer. Even if it looks wrong, when you go over here, you can see it's actually correct. So as we run around here and then go like this, we can check and it's actually correct. So when we go to here and we load into the map, that's totally wrong. Well, actually, what that's doing is making this dot what it's doing is it's moving. Well, that's not totally wrong, but it's taking our world graph no, like that's where they are. The graph's position is 0, 0. The camera's position is wherever. If I set the camera position to 0, 0, that's right. But it's trying to zoom to the center of something. I forgot something. I need to answer an email that I totally forgot. Whoops. Graph to world, current node, get graph position center. So this should be right. But I think because we're zooming, it's not necessarily going to work. Because when I hit M, the position of this is moving. If I do this and go handle input and do this, I wonder if that changes anything. Yeah, eventually it will do it. Hey, Sponge. And where does that leave our camera right now? At wherever position. Whoa, what is this? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is it's again an issue of that scaling needs to happen as we're updating the scale of the world. The camera position needs to be understanding that and updating to that later. In VS, this is called Ocean. It's part of the material themes. If you install material themes, but I won't sue you, it's the Ocean subtheme. So what that means is that our what it means is that the guy that we're looking for here is that the camera, the handle input needs to technically happen later than the animation update. Ah, there it is. Oh, okay. I think that's what we want. So if I was to do this here, now I get this again. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. Perfect. But the thing is, I don't want to do this every frame. That's the challenge, is that these things... Yeah, that's the problem. And there's actually no way to solve that. I think that's unsolvable. What's happening is, if you look, say like this object here, right? When I'm here and I dismiss that and open it, it's going to scale from some anchor position, right? It's just like a general, just a general principle with like any kind of video game that has, or any kind of like transform theory, right? If you have like a bunch of points, when you say, I want to zoom this, there is no such thing as zooming at all. You have to zoom from a point, right? Most of the time when we say we want to zoom it from the center, right? Like right now we're zooming towards the top left corner, but oftentimes we want to zoom, like if I'm zooming around this thing, then I need to, every time I shrink this, I need to translate it back to this position. Well, offset it by, let's say the anchor is up the top left. I need to offset it by the distance that this has moved. It's like I shrink it by a little bit, and then I push it forward a little bit to recenter it every single frame. Because it's kind of, well, I mean, that's just how things work, right? They're stored in some space. If you want this to be 0, 0, then this becomes, you know, -1, 1. And that's, well, 1, -1, -1. That's fine. But you're storing it as some number. And so if you've stored it such that, you know, the origin is over here, and it's storage, and it's also just like positioning inside of the storage. Like you've got some origin. You could take all of this and shift it all, right? You could go like, okay, we're going to put this over here now. Fine. But that's like a separate, you then still need to press save at some point and write that to disk. So wherever you've written it to disk and however you've arranged it, the current positions now are anchored to your origin. So when you scale those numbers, when you move them bigger or smaller, or you move a camera across that space, it's inherently stored as some offset. Everything is stored as some offset from some origin. Meaning, for us, we've got this little zoom in animation, right? And you can see when I press the button, see how it's descending as it's increasing in size? That's because the whole graph is increasing in size. Right, we have our, instead of 0, 0 being here, our 0, 0 is like up here somewhere. And as this scales up and out, these go down and away as they get bigger. Which makes perfect sense, obviously. The problem is, when I say, hey, I'm opening the map now, right? Open. Place the camera over this guy. Camera goes here, and then this guy gets bigger and extends away out of where the camera is. So for a while, we're kind of like, if we want this camera to be locked dead center, the camera has to be keeping up with the fact that this thing is moving away from us. If you set it once, it's going to be not right. Check it. Look, oh look, nobody here. We totally missed. Where is the camera? It's looking somewhere else. We didn't even get close. For whatever reason. I don't know why it's so off. So, in a way, I think what we could do is say, hey, while we're animating, oh, it's actually already doing that. Hang on a second. This might be causing some problems too. Because there's a zoom happening and the camera is being updated to the graph to world position of the previous position. This is going to get way off. This is going to go wrong. I think it's okay if once we're in this space. Nope. Nah, that's super zooming. Okay, it's actually getting more wrong over time. Oh no, it's just... It's not right. Okay. Yo, Morgan's in. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Not bad, not bad.
It's good. Alrighty. Shall we jump into some music stuff? I'll turn the game sound off so that doesn't distract us. Take me through what you've been thinking about.
Yeah. So first up, London Melody.
Okay.
It's the track from before, but I put a melody over it in the bra.
Yep.
So yeah, that's the first thing if you want to listen to that.
Please, let us do it. Let's us do it. Ooh. Oh. Interesting.
The end part is like it's not actually how I would do
Sure.
that, but I was just showing how it could flow into Rex's theme.
I see.
Obviously properly orchestrated and stuff, but how they sort of match.
Cool. I'm gonna take another listen if that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not super sold on the brass melody there. The ba 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 bum. I'm not sure what it is about it. I might need to take some time to think about what the feedback should be. But it's not like way off or anything. It's just something about it that's I feel like it could be closer to what I was thinking. I'm just not sure what that should be yet. I might take a little bit of time to give some feedback on that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, towards the back half, it's the more like a little, it's a bit more sort of chaotic and sort of loses composure a bit. That almost feels, there's something there that I don't mind. It's more like the melody as it's structured in the middle, like the ba, 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 ba. That I just, I don't know if there might be just some other I don't know if it's the instrument choice or just how organized it is. Yeah, I'll give
I
proper
think
feedback on it later.
I think one of the things I was noticing as well about the start of it is that I'm using very like clean intervals that almost sound heroic.
Yes, that's what I was trying to. Yeah, you were kind of
Yeah,
already there.
whereas in the back half it sort of gets more chromatic and sort of evil sounding.
Yes.
Because if you just play the melody I've got at the start without the background, it doesn't quite sound evil.
Yeah,
So
that's kind of where I'm
I think I
thinking
need
too.
to. Yeah, I think
You
I need
saved me from
to.
having to figure out how to say it.
That's all right.
Because I was like, it's not major, is it? I don't think it's major, but it feels.
It's just like perfect intervals
Yeah.
and like there's not much chromaticism happening. So
Sure. Okay.
yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm happy to let you take another swing at it and just see where you end up. If there's some other specific thing I can say, I'll put the feedback in the doc.
Yeah, cool.
Awesome.
The other stuff is Rekka. This is very rough, and I have no idea if I don't know how I feel about it. So we'll have to see.
Okay.
And I think also when it recorded, it's really quiet for some reason.
All right.
So you might have to turn it up. But yeah, basically, there's the first video is this sort of shorter, more active motif, and then the second video is a smoother sort of maybe Rekka later on, sort of a more emotional undertone or something. And then the third video is sort of trying to mix those two ideas together and have them play at the same time.
Yep. Cool.
Yeah.
And before we do listen, I will say, like, totally, again, you know, hand in the air. Like, if it's too complex of a brief, we can simplify it before we try to do too much. I know I'm guilty of trying to kill like 30 birds with one stone. So let's see how we go. It's super quiet. I can hear it. I don't know if chat can hear it. I'm going to play it again. Interesting. My first thought is, as a theme, I wonder if the the violin is giving us it's artificially getting us closer than we would otherwise be if we were just doing it with a piano, in terms of like the texture's right, the attackingness is right, but I wonder if the melody on its own,
it's not feeling there yet for me.
Yeah, it's all good. Let's keep going. Cool. There's something that I think you're kind of picking up on here, which I want to support a little bit, which is some of these scales, particularly with the solo violin kind of situation, they're heading into this kind of like Arabic space, which I like. I think it's cool. And I think there's something about it that I think is, I'm okay with us going there. Like, I like it. So not to say that you should specifically lean into that, but I guess, yeah, I don't know if that was like the instinct, but it's not bad. I don't know.
I'm sort of trying to match.
Yeah.
I was sort of trying to match the scales and intervals a bit to sort of the Hunden stuff.
Yeah.
Make them feel like they could play together as well.
Yeah. Well, there's something like culturally, I feel like those scales tend not to be too obviously minor or major. They're kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's not, what is it? It's not Mixolydian, is it? It's one of them. Phrygian. It's in there. It's in the non.
I think I'm in kind of like a harmonic minor mode. Like I've changed the tonic. It's like G harmonic minor, but then my tonic is D.
Okay. Cool.
Which creates this augmented second thing, which is where that Arabic feel comes from. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, I never got deep enough into modes to be able to follow that, what you just said, but but I guess, yeah, from someone who's just a lay person, that's kind of where I'm picking up on. But I think that kind of like major minor ambiguity is a good thing, particularly for this character, because it doesn't tell us exactly who they are. But I would say, how do I put it? Philosophically, there was something I touched on a little bit higher up that I was concerned about, which is that if we go too ambiguous, it might feel like it has no identity. Like it's just, it might just be benign to sort of not be overtly major or minor where we want to be. So I think I would just say, you're always in the right space texturally. Like you're always there, and I never feel like I have like major negative feedback in that direction. I think here, like we might be here a little while with the melodies, just because the characters are, with deep characters and with something that's like as core as a theme. I don't mind if we play here for a little bit. Like that's okay. Don't feel like we have to nail it first try, or that like, yeah. There's something, yeah, I don't know if what would be what exercise or what steps we could take to kind of like go a little bit broader in terms of like, if this was like a character design thing with like pencil and paper, I would draw like lots of silhouettes next. That would be my next point. So like, yeah, how can we?
I think if I just try lots of different melodies, like just cast a wide net.
Yeah.
Do a bunch of different versions.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. And then I'd like to listen to that last one. Oh, I might have missed it.
Kind of didn't do the back half with the two, but yeah.
That's so good. There's something here that I quite like that feels adjacent to this, which is kind of like nothing to do with anything that I wrote above. But this almost like, it's a very swashbuckly kind of dual thing that reminds me of, I don't know if they do it in, I actually haven't played Hollow Knight far enough to remember, or like recently enough to remember if the character who's the main character in Silksong, when she's in Hollow Knight, I don't remember if they have a theme for her. I'm also thinking of like Pirates of the Caribbean, some of the like more hijinksy moments where there's a lot of swashbuckling going on. And another thing that came into my mind was Furiosa from Mad Max. I don't know if she has a theme in Mad Max Fury Road, but there's something about this, like what I'm hearing, that's, again, it's suitable, even if I didn't bring it up in the brief, of like, we should be, there's like a an intensity that I think is nice. This like
Mm.
whippy kind of like plucky, the way that it's what is the, is it just staccato? Is that, or is it spiccato? I don't know what, I'm always wrong with this stuff. The way that the
They're
strings,
similar.
no, not pizzicato, plucky in the emotional sense, not in the physical
Yeah,
sense. Yeah, I think it's, yeah, whatever it is, that
staccato. Yeah.
the very strong strings
Mm.
that I like, that suits her very well. And there's something about the way that they were doing like little kind of clusters or little like the notes have like we're playing with timing and with density in a way that's kind of like
Mm.
nice. I think that aspect of like play is another like good intuition that you're hitting on here. So I want to like support that and say like that's hitting the right marks as well.
Mm.
I guess I'm just hoping for something like what I'd want out of this is something that we could hum, that's like obviously this character. And I know that can be hard when we're trying to do a lot. So I'm wondering, like right now, the one that you've, the bum, 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 that would be like, I don't know if like 5 is enough notes, or if, I don't know how we would pick what that little, what's the smallest, unit of thing that we could recognize. I know it's kind of giving me the Batman theme a little bit from the one that what's his name, the guy who does Nightmare Before Christmas and Wednesday and Beetlejuice.
I don't know.
Yeah, anyway, chat will tell us. That composer, his version of the Batman theme has a similar kind of...
Oh, Danny Elfman.
Danny Elfman, that's the one.
Yeah.
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 Danny Elfman's Batman theme has a similar aspect to it. And it actually kind of, I mean, this like almost dark hero kind of thing it's again, it's an area that's not incompatible with, it's valid. It's a valid space to explore for this character. So yeah, maybe I'll just chuck in a few more references and we can chip away at this one. I'm also just remembering our just how things were going last chapter, and in the interest of like keeping the tempo going, I don't want to, I guess I'd be happy to like assign other things as well, so that we can kind of like chip away at this and not feel like you have to like get this perfectly before moving on to anything else. So yeah, I'll go away. I'll provide a bit more feedback. This is developing really well. Do you have any kind of any preferences about where we head next?
Well, just before that, I was just going to say, I think the thing I'm struggling with Rekka is that, like you say, that aspect of the play and the sort of like almost dueling staccato feel.
Yep.
I think I'm like wanting. I guess I'm trying to imagine how I would apply that then to cases where something less energetic is needed. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, I think I feel like I'm being pulled in two directions where I'm like, okay, there's this energetic thing that would maybe play when you're in combat with Rekka, or if, she's really active.
Yep.
But then in the case where, for example, the cutscene that we've already seen where she's sort of just talking and it's sort of low energy, I'm like thinking how to cover all the bases, I guess. I don't know.
No, it's fine. I think I get what you're saying, and I think I understand. I get why you feel this way, because again, I do this all the time, and I've asked you to do this way. So I wonder if like when I'm listening to it, that music and the direction you're heading right now, it kind of, I felt like it would be really suitable for like there's a battle in chapter 2. The boss battle is Armin versus Rekka and Kerr at the same time. And it made me think about how suitable that track would be as like, or just like that this direction would be in that context. And then I think I'm wondering if it needs to be the same. Like, I wonder if we could just take those two sonic identities and say these two are very strong, and it's okay for them to be separate because they serve two different functions and they just deserve to be in two different spaces. And maybe if we explore that a little bit separately, we can find opportunities, if they exist, to have some crossover, but we don't have to necessarily shoot one arrow to hit two targets.
Yeah.
And I think if people listen to it back later and we've sewn it together after the fact, I don't think they'll know the difference between, you know, having designed the perfect melody that will hit both, you know, that can be adapted versus like two different pieces of music that later got some treatment that brought them together. Like, for example, it might be that we use Rekka's motif within a battle theme, you know, and the battle theme has just like a different, maybe it's like a second voice, you know what I mean? And that would then mean we didn't have to like, split the difference all the way through. How does that sound?
Yeah. Sounds good.
Cool. Yeah, I think I also feel like maybe I would love to be able to get to a place where, I don't know, my inexperience as a director is hurting me here, but to get to a place where we're playing a little bit more inside of like, you know, I'd love to have the scenes in front of you and then you just write some music that just feels good in the scene. And then you're not having to imagine quite so much, like, you know, where, like, ahead of where you're composing. Maybe that's just me putting these scenes in or providing more video context. I just feel like, I mean, it's served us pretty well so far, the way that we've been doing it. And I think it's pretty typical to just have to like kind of, you know, just think ahead and put stuff down based on the brief. But I know with like, with say Elias, like, because sound effects are like so low stakes a lot of the time, he's just dropping stuff in, and oftentimes what he ends up with is just fine, just without me having to be too specific about it. And not to say that like, not to say that he doesn't need direction, but in a way, because the sound effects are just so, they don't have to have so much like meaning infused in them. It's kind of like easier for what he puts in to just be right by virtue of just being there inherently. And I think I would like to, I guess, like ease the friction of like right now for us. There's a lot of communication that has to happen, and it's literally just because it's music and because it's so close to the story that I've like written that like we're kind of like doing design by correspondence, where it's like Adam writes a lot and then Morgan has to guess what Adam was really thinking. And then sometimes it's exactly what I was feeling, but I feel like I'd like to just remove the stakes a little bit, like 15%, maybe 20%. And give you a bit more authority. Is there in service of that? First of all, like, does that sound like something that you'd want? Like, do you prefer to have this sort of setup where I just give a strict brief, and then you go for it, or would you be more comfortable if you had more free range? Like, how do you feel? Where do you feel like the optimal comfort is for you?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Like in terms of the direction you're giving, like how much direction you give, or
Yeah, like I guess I'm drawing in my mind. There's like a sliding scale of, Adam says to Morgan, "Hey Morgan, play the game and just write some music for it." That's like one extreme, and the other extreme is Adam says, "Hey Morgan, I've got a game that I'm making. You don't get to play any of it. Here's a bunch of descriptions, and meet these briefs."
yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the ideal case would be that you have a finished game and I come in and see what needs to go
Yeah.
where for
Yeah.
the scenes that are there. But obviously we don't have that luxury. So I mean, like wherever possible, if I can be writing to scenes in the game, to environment, to cut scenes, whatever, like I think that always will communicate more than words can in what is needed and the pacing and the feel of the scene and the movement. That's the ideal scenario. But I guess the tricky thing in the space that we're in now is that we're trying to come up with these sort of like character themes that can apply in many scenarios and have a journey across the game, which is something that's hard. If like I could do the music for the game where I just look at each scene and I just write music for that will fit, and that would be fine. It would be okay. Like the music would work across the whole game, and in a way, that's kind of how we did Chapter 1. But the problem with that approach is then that you don't have this overarching design of through lines of themes and through lines of palettes and ideas and all this stuff, which I think is the tricky part. Is like, how do we do that? Because the danger is if you stay too much in that space of, okay, we've got to make all these themes and get the music without being in the engine, then it's like, okay, we have all this stuff, but now it has no relevance to the game and none of it works in engine. And why do we spend all that time doing that? So it's like, I think you're trying to articulate the same problem, and I don't know exactly what the solution is.
Okay. I think, so I feel I certainly like with the story in general, I think I've come across the same dynamic. Starting this conversation, I kind of always feel like I need to give a bit of space for the fact that music can be different from these other aspects. But hearing you reflect just then, I feel like actually they're pretty similar. And I think so from the way that I've dealt with that issue in the past of like, hey, if you plan everything first, it doesn't always fit. And if you do everything freeform, it doesn't always connect. And I think the only way I've been able to deal with that is either already know how everything needs to fit in advance, which is difficult to do when you're doing anything new, or you do multiple passes. So you do one pass however you like, and then you always leave space to rethink everything, at least once. And if things just fit and they don't need to be touched, like hooray, we win. But if we need to change them later to cohere a little bit better, that's just part of the process rather than like a mistake. We don't think about it like that. We just say, hey, we've left space to iterate and now we have to iterate. And I think broadly the game itself probably needs to be directed that way. I get really high level when I'm talking with you. I think because we're trying to lay tracks that are a bit, again, I say the word stakes, but maybe it's more just like they have more dependency across the game than say sound effects in Elias's case, or like a specific animation in Morgan P's case. Because what we're doing relates back to the storytelling, which is a more like abstract thing that goes across the gameplay. We have to think philosophically about process a little bit. So yeah, I agree with you 100%. Like I think being able to, and this is why I'm trying a bit harder with some of the tooling to give us more access to the story beats. I think the goal would be to just do a better job of that over time, whatever that looks like, and be able to give you something that you can let you experience the game beats, even in prototype format, so that you can just put something down, and so that we are able to, I guess the word would be more receptive to the game's needs directly as a thing that we're playing, rather than my directorial whims. I think that's what it is that's making me uncomfortable, because like I can write a lot, and like all the stuff I just wrote, like and this happens sometimes, you'll write something and it's like, oh, this ignores everything I just wrote, but also it's better than what I thought. So I think that starting point, going in blind like that, all the references are great. Like it's all worthwhile. And I'm like writing all of her plot was great too. But there's this thing that I'm noticing of sometimes the meaning it almost like creates itself when the context just happens to come together. Like you just sort of impose your own, not that the meaning isn't there, that is across different people viewing it, but like, happy accidents happen, and suddenly we have more context to either lean into or whatever that's more important than the original brief. So yeah, I know that's a whole lot of talking, but if we can I think I'll just have to keep doing a better job of that, of like trying to lay in the cutscenes in a way where I can link them here maybe, and there's like a button you can press that just gets you there, or the names of the sequences that I think a certain track will have to be heard in, or even just like right now we're thinking about this as a schedule, track first and then context second. Maybe it's more like, here are a bunch of scenes in the game that need music. What do we think we want to do musically with these scenes?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what we did for chapter 1, right?
Yeah,
like it was more based on actual game scenes or environments. That was kind of what the briefs were based around.
I think because we're trying to hit that other thing now of like having a character's theme that goes across the stuff. It's a tricky concept, isn't it? Going back and forth. All right. Okay.
Like maybe it's worth just starting on some scenes in chapter 2 and just laying stuff down and I don't know. I mean, like,
yeah, you know what? I think
because the first time you meet a character, I can come up with something, and then we can see if that continues on the next time how I can bring in what I did the first time. I can build on it, and maybe that will be better than trying to have a grand plan.
Yeah. Let's literally, you know what the answer is? I think it's let's put this in the game. Let's put already what you've written as it is right now. Get it into the most bare bonesy kind of workable version. If that's not too much effort, that's the only thing. If the cost of putting something in the game is like way more energy than just riffing, then maybe we should reconsider. But my intuition would be,
I'm happy to put
drop it in.
Well, I'm happy to drop stuff in, but I guess it's like, it's tricky when I've written something that isn't designed for a particular scene, which I guess is underlying our problem. But like, because I wouldn't put this track where we first meet Rekka in that like dialogue cutscene that you showed me, and I don't know what other scenes are finished at the moment, like whether the fight with her is there or anything else.
So then, okay, maybe what we need is some kind of an index that says, hey, Rekka is going to exist in all of these scenes in the game. And
I think that would be good, linking to the arc and stuff. Like, just knowing all the scenes that she'll be in, and then I can know what the theme will have to adapt to. To each of those situations.
Yeah, or even just I'm going to get really, here we go, Adam gets philosophical. I have this idea of so we've got scenes, right? And the scenes take place across the game in a big, I don't know if you can see what's on my screen right now. Okay, so let's just say like this is the whole game's story, and these are the parts where Rekka appears, let's just say hypothetically. Well, that's plotting them by time. But we could also just say, hey, these are a bunch of situations by violence versus like character development, reflection, whatever. And we could say, hey, actually, we notice when we plot these by like theme, like emotional theme, we get these moments here, and these moments here. And that's 3 pieces of music. We sort of do like a cluster analysis on them. And we say, well, okay, we could write a melody that fits these 3 scenarios. But there are 3 tracks where we hear. So one might be pensive, Rekka. You know, this is like her theme when she's by herself. There's attack. You know, this is a battle theme that involves Rekka, and there's these scenes involve all of that. And then there's, you know, friendship or whatever. Maybe that then gives us the easiest go at knowing how we should model, like the fewest number of tracks that has the most depth. So
yeah, it brings to mind how we did Harriet in the first chapter. I feel like that was really good because it was like, okay, we have lots of battle with Harriet, but we also have her in the library. And so I was able to design the theme to sort of have both those versions and aspects.
Sounds good. And I think the other thing that feels right about this is that the story and the contexts where you will hear the music don't change. Even if the specifics of like the timings of one theme or one cutscene or another do change, these things probably won't. So you're probably safe, even if we are doing it sort of a little out of context. The thematic context won't change, like whatever these are.
Yeah.
So they'll be suitable and flexible wherever we're trying to put them, because we know from the narrative perspective, from like the super high level arc perspective, like these are the rhythms or the beats that this character needs to be heard through or like, witnessed under. So, okay, maybe then I need to do like one more kind of like little document asset that says, like what, even if they're just like thumbnails, like sketches of like moments where we encounter Rekka or where she's front and center in a scene.
And I think this is kind of maybe what, because I asked for sort of the arc of Rekka.
Yeah.
And that was useful, but it was a bit abstracted, whereas I think this will connect that arc to actual game scenes and applications that will make it more useful. Yeah,
I found myself, I could feel as I was writing all that stuff, I was like, this is all correct, but I don't know if it helps, if it helps Morgan.
Yeah. Like it's helpful stuff to know, but in terms of directing the music that needs to get written.
Yes. Yeah. I think if I just take this text and I turn it into, a few sketches that are as different as possible from each other to create the kind of axes of what we need to make here. That's probably what we need. Okay. And maybe even just like, even if I jump ahead of the team a little bit and mock in some of those cutscenes, that might even be helpful too. And it's good now because I have Rekka, like Morgan's already animated a bunch of stuff for her. So I feel like I could probably just, I have some of those cutscenes already. And then maybe I could just put them in some sort of a list against the thumbnails, and then you can click in and find them in the game. And that would be ideal. If we could get that cadence for like the rest of the game. Yeah. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Cool. I think this is good. I think it's going to be hopefully easier from here. It's just that overhead, the keeping the production rolling such that we're looking ahead and being able to push through chapters, it's difficult, but I'm going to do my best. I'm going to try. Cool. All right. Yeah. Do you have any next steps that you feel like you'd be comfortable taking either with these tracks or with a different track I could put you onto? Or what do you feel like for you while I'm tinkering away with this kind of format stuff?
Happy to keep iterating on Hunt and Wrecker, and
Yeah.
if there's another brief,
Let's keep
maybe
going on those two
is
for
there
now.
like okay,
Yeah, just until like next stand up, and then if I want to hear like
cool.
just one more pass, or a couple
Yep.
of whatever is, until there's like diminishing returns on your side, creatively.
Mhm.
If you feel like you're getting a bit stuck, then we can stop. But just for the time being, next couple of days, feel free to just keep chipping away. I think you already seemed to know, like without me even giving you the feedback, kind of with the Hunt and theme where you wanted to take it next or what wasn't working about it. So happy to just let you follow that.
Yeah.
Cool. I cut you off a little bit. You were going to say something.
Oh no, I was just saying if you have another, or I was gonna say probably after this, maybe our next meeting or something, maybe I could just try a scene from in the game or something, sort of go back to that
Yeah, for sure. Do you feel
approach. I don't know.
Do you feel like that intro scene that's in the game right now where we meet Rekka and Kerr, is that something that you feel like you could do you mean like something separate from all of this conversation, like an entirely separate scene, or like one
No, I could do that one.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I think you're right that if we go to, I wouldn't say like my the suggested approach wouldn't be to just score it. Or maybe if you did, it would be with the intent to find some nuggets of what would become a theme that could be used more generally. That's what I would say. Like I wouldn't say like follow the beats and orchestrate against them or like compose against them. I would say take note of like what's happening and what the characters are interacting like, and try to build something from that just works, in a way that's like right now. There's a lot of tracks in the game that I really like. Like I love the lake scene, but that scene is kind of doing a very sort of clever dance where it's not scored, but it kind of happens to align. If you just play through the game normally at like a casual pace and not spam through, you will hear the music swell in an appropriate spot. So like I would say the character themes probably shouldn't be. I feel like we're getting lucky right now that we can do that. But I would say if we can try to have something that feels a little bit more not as modeled to the beats of what's happening, but emotionally makes sense to the general, the general thematic energy.
Is that, just to clarify what exactly you mean by that? Are you talking about you want to avoid having an arc to the music that then might not match up with timing, or it sort of creates problems? You want something that's more
That's right.
consistent across, that just creates the right vibe across the whole thing, but isn't changing too much, so that
so I would say like in that cutscene, like if you were to go to the one where we meet Rekka and Kerr, like I would say those timings might change between now and when the game releases. So I would just say like it's just a bit shaky ground to be building on top of that. But emotionally in the scene, that's all pretty good. So I'm thinking about games, particularly RPGs. Like a lot of the Final Fantasy games will have character themes that get used all the time in the game. And those cutscenes are mostly just text driven and driven by the player, just like ours. So it will kind of just, it's not, by today's standards, probably not great like the old Final Fantasies, but like, they'll just drop into a theme because this character's standing in the center of the scene and talking. And, it might just fade out as the scene fades out, but it's not trying to model exactly what's happening because there's just too many moments in the game for that one theme to cover them all. So yeah, I mean, there obviously are times where like the times we've done it so far, I think have been appropriate to take that approach. And I think we will still continue to do it. It's just that while we're in this like sketchy, drafty, figuring things out phase for some of these scenes, I would say, yeah. As an exercise, just try to keep it less about the timings.
Yeah, cool.
Cool.
Easy enough.
Awesome. Okay. No worries. I'm good. Do you have any other things you need guidance on or comments or?
No, I think I'm good for now. Yep.
Awesome. All right. Well, have a good rest of your week.
Cool. You too.
Thanks, Morgan.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Cool. Alrighty, let's bring the music back. I don't want to blast you guys' ears out, so I'll bring this down a little bit to here, and then I'll crank this back up to here, and then I'll put this down for me so that my ears get saved. Awesome. Hey, Chardle, thank you so much. Thanks for the sub. Yeah, this stuff is like, oh man, I love it. I love this stuff, but I just don't know. Sometimes I need to be so mindful of the team and how do I put it? For me, I'm really, really comfortable spending a lot of time in uncomfortable waters because I've been doing it for so many years on this game. But as a personal project, tinkering away at things, learning how things should work, it's very different from a contracted environment where people are expecting direction and you're trying to keep momentum and head towards a deadline. Like a production environment is not really one where you should be like fully experimenting in, just to keep morale high and momentum high and confidence up. So for me, I really appreciate when Morgan's able to, to have these conversations with me, because it feels like, as long as I'm not fatiguing everybody, it gives us space to search for good workflows. And I think we kind of need to do that. I just, like, again, because we've never done it before. I think that's just the name of the game. It's our first game together. Most of us, first time working on a game like this. Yeah. I'm happy. I like all this stuff. I just hope that the team also doesn't feel a bit like lost. But it's good. Also, like, doing it live on stream with an audience is always a little challenging, but that's cool. Yeah, I feel like in an ideal environment, I would want to be able to give feedback off camera. You know what I mean? I'd love to be able to like listen to this stuff, compile my thoughts, and then speak. But there's actually something quite nice that I like about the immediacy of it, which is that it prevents me from over articulating myself. And I already do that, even on camera. But like, if it was written down, I might spend a lot more energy manicuring my feedback. Whereas I think here, maybe it's just more efficient to chat. So yeah, it's tough. Oh, man, it's so, puzzles are hard, but they're fun. This is hard, but it's fun. Like, for me, finding out how we more consistently get tracks that help us get to the final version sooner, that's exciting for me. That's like an exercise in process that we can refine and get better at and whatever. I like that. And I'm not put off by, if things aren't perfect. Like, it's okay. I just want to create an environment where the team feels comfortable doing that. That's, I guess, what I was trying to say. I don't know if I think Morgan understood. I think she gets it. We actually have pretty similar mindsets in that sense. I think because she's got like most of an engineering degree, she gets it. All right, so the issue here is that while we're updating the zoom, which happens here, there's also this issue of the camera needing to be able to get the graph to world position of the thing that we're zooming towards. And right now when we update the zoom, the camera is trying to do some funkiness where it's like, hey, where was I before and where should I be now? And I think that preservation of like, hey, where was I and hey, where am I going to be? It should work, but it doesn't right now because I feel like maybe world to graph doesn't do the right thing. I'm not sure. Copilot was fighting with me a little bit on this. So maybe it knew better than me. Hey, Darth Blackman. Yeah, it doesn't seem put off by that. It seems to like that. The problem is it's way wrong. So when I do this, it's right. Which means, however, that when we Well, another way to do this would be to constantly move the camera towards the world the canvas, the graph position that we're trying to move towards. Where does world to graph get used? Let's say, oh, we have to save the world to graph position in order to get it. No, I don't think we need to do that. Oh, I see. That's what this is doing. Oh, I see. Well, shouldn't it be this minus that? If that's the case? If we're trying to undo this, shouldn't it be this minus that? I mean, it kind of gets it. It's doing a lot of flipping. Oh, it's so annoying. The alternative here is to have this be the local position. Wait, that was the local position. Wait, what? Okay. All right, but then this is going to be wrong. This canvas on draw gizmos is going to be wrong. We haven't solved the world problems because we just did music review. You missed an hour of music review. You missed all the music. Oh, okay. That is going to give us the... I see. That's going to give us the gizmo, the correct gizmo position. Bro, where'd my gizmo go? Where did my giz go? Okay. That should be like... So then we should like plus that? Where did my giz go? And that's perfect. Okay. So now the gizmos are always going to be correct. All right. And is that correct all the time? Let's walk over here for a sec. And then go here and then check this. It is correct. Okay, so now we're drawing gizmos at the correct position relative to the world, which means actually this is correct. So if we were then to get the graph position center, if we go world, node, all node, bounds. Hello? Hello? We're in the wrong spot. All node bounds. Okay, so refresh nodes. All node bounds equals new nodes for each node. Yeah, this we don't actually need to do this anymore this way. Yes, this way. This is how we want to do it. Cool. So, I got you, Ian. You're just trying to be funny. I know. I got the pun. That's already doing that, and that's already that. So now the map bounds is what we want to draw, or just clamp. So like handle input. Yeah, we can now, I think we can now just do this. Why is this something we could do now but we couldn't do before? Well, okay. It's clamping the camera. No, I see. So clamped position equals camera dot its world to graph camera dot transform dot short local position, although I don't know about that. And then we want to clamp that and then equals graph to world of this. Okay, or we fail. Let's not clamp for a second. But I want to know what this is. So I want to draw a red. This. Which, oh, that was interesting. It was there and then it wasn't there. Where is our red? Bro. Hello? Whoa, minus 383. Yeah, but I wanted to go graph to world. Well, I kind of wanted to go... Yeah. Okay. Uh-huh. And these all node bound, X, I keep forgetting what that word is. Not expand, not extrapolate. What the heck? Encapsulate. Okay, so these are the renderer bounds. Ah, but I don't want that. What is content bounds? Get graph position center. Why can't I do that? Well, because this needs to be new. And then this encapsulates that point. Which, let's... Hang on a second. Where is my marble? There it is. Okay. That doesn't move at all. Okay. Where's my rectangle? Brother, this is really hard. Let's just ignore this for now. There's probably a technique here that I'm like massively failing to use, like totally underutilizing here, to do with dealing with spaces this way. And I'm just not familiar with it. Someone needs to tell. The same thing with the animation systems. There would have been a way to do this that's so much smarter. We need Casey Muratori to explain this to us. Yeah, exactly. Casey! Help! I know him now. He is a friend. Well, he is an acquaintance. Is acquaintance close enough to come in and collaborate? All right. Oh, definitely you could, but I just don't want to do it. Because it just adds in a new confusion. It doesn't, the thing is, some of this problem doesn't live in the code space. Some of this problem lives in the scene hierarchy, which the code is not, GPT can't see. So like, if I ask AI, it doesn't know there are pieces missing of the puzzle and it's just going to get it wrong. Because some of the things are on different local positions because there are different parents of others, and then the sibling transforms are multiplied and scaled up and down. Yeah, maybe you're right. Did you just... Oh yeah. It's okay. I mean, like, I'm happy to do it this way. It doesn't... I'm sort of curious, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not frustrated yet. I have an incredible amount of patience for this kind of thing. And I do think it's worth just, you know, learning to solve problems this way. Because you learn things that you might not... Well, you know, maybe you learn things either way, but... It's likely you learn things either way. But still, I'm not done yet. I'm not quitting. Oh, size is 0. What? That's not right. Okay. So, we are getting closer. Its size is super small. Oh, I see. I know why as well. Ah, okay. Okay. It's not render size, is it? It might actually be render size. Sure, let's just go with that. It has to be a bounce. So annoying. Campaign board. This is the game world map. Yeah, it's an in-game representation of this. A little bit tidier. Okay. Okay. So now we have the correct sized bounds, and they are correct. Okay, so now we need to draw in the same space the camera position. So this is all graph to world, which simply we just draw. I mean, we don't even really need this. We just say, I mean, we can do that. I don't think we need to do that. That's just the same thing, right? And in fact, we don't even need to do that. We just draw that. And then we just say draw gizmos dot draw wire sphere at literally the transform position of the camera, and then that's it. This is already in world space. So now, like, where is the camera? We should be able to see that here in yellow. If you make it draw sphere and you make it 0.5, that makes it a lot bigger. Okay, there it is. just off camera, but it's actually correct. It's just that as we move this up and down, we should see that camera. Like, look at that. Why is that not visible? I guess we could just plus. Well, that doesn't make much sense to me. Is it because they're on different? Yeah, it's on like a totally different x-axis. I mean z-axis. If we make this vector 2, this is why debugging in Unity is so annoying sometimes, because the vector space is still 3D. So your debugs can be drawn outside of the frustum. I think that's what you call it. Okay, so if we lock the camera position inside of these bounds, it will be fine. That will exactly work how I want it to work. Yeah, it's already right. It's perfect. So it's literally these values. Okay. Not quite. It's snapping above and below. Let's see what GPT wrote. Can't we just do like min and max? Still no good. If we don't clamp it, I don't understand. It's almost like the X and the Y need to be inverted. The camera is not a root object. And you can do these two things separately. This is just... Don't worry about it. One is movement when I'm pushing the up, right, down, left buttons, and one is clamping in world space. They don't worry. It doesn't, they're two separate operations that will both affect separate aspects, but eventually the same property of the camera. But it's okay for those two things to be different. I think the thing that we're getting wrong here is maybe that the camera's position is in a different Y space somehow. I know why. It's the world to graph of this, and then graph to world of that. Except not. No, it's already, hang on a second. It's already within the graph to world positions of these things. They're already in world space. So that doesn't make any sense. Let's just not do the Y aspect and see what happens. That's correct. That's correct. For some reason, this is not correct. So let's find the world. Log the Y top and bottom of the bounce and the camera Y position, all in world space. Okay, that's what we care about. So let's think about it. If we go down right to the bottom, that's between negative 0.6 and negative 0.1. And the pos y here is between those numbers right now. That's great. As we go up, negative 0.6 is between, that's perfect. Why is this wrong? Is it that we're clamping between numbers where the min and the max are flipped relative to the total? Does min and max work differently? Oh, you little shit. Yo, if you're here and my stuff is in flipped Y space, this is the min and this is the max. So if I'm clamping between these two values and the small number is actually the big number and the big number is actually the small number, because this is like -2 and this is like -1. If I try to clamp between here, is it going to go, because it doesn't actually know how, it's just putting the parameters in wrong. So I can solve this by literally just swapping the words min and max here. Boom. Nailed it. Galaxy Brain, thank you very much. What a yucky. What a crappy little thing that was. That was so dumb. Okay, well, we solved it. I didn't know that min and max needed to be, I didn't know it was just gonna, it should just take the biggest, it should sanitize that, right? Why would it give like a improper output? Like, you shouldn't, if you're writing a function called like clamp and you give it a number and you give it like -1 or like 20 and 2, shouldn't it be smart enough to say, hey, 20 is bigger than 2, let's just like pretend that you wrote that? Like, there's no world where it matters which bound is which. But like, why? What do you get? What do you win? Is it because it secretly wants to also be a way to check whether a number is between those two values? And so if it's not, it just yells at you? it just gives you a shitty number. That should throw an error. That shouldn't just give me an undefined number. That's really annoying. Because the problem is this is a Y down space for the way that it's actually an issue with Unity's graph view versus Unity's actual view, the scene view. Graph view stores node positions. Like in UI space, everything is Y down. So the 0 is up in the top left. And if you draw a bounding box that's like 100 by 100, it'll be 100 by 100 down this way. Makes perfect sense. But Unity's game space is Y up. So literally positive is in the opposite direction between those two things, which means you have to call max as the other. If you're transitioning between the spaces, you get the inverse. Anyway. It'd be great if there was at least a parameter. Is there a parameter that says like min-max doesn't matter? If I press comma? No, it doesn't know. Well, I learned something today. Okay. Yeah, I probably will build a function around it long term, or if I ever run into this problem again. It's the first time in like 10 years I've ever run into that. It's crazy that I caught it. I mean, it's probably not that crazy, but I feel smart. The thing is, somehow this still doesn't work. Shouldn't whatever the min is, unless we just plus all the values? No, that would offset. You have to minus from min and add to max. You have to do that. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Min is max and max is min. I'm just stupid. Okay, sweet. That's what I wanted. Now the issue is when I zoom, we're zooming in and out of the wrong spot. But everything else is right. It keeps everything on screen. It's good. I mean, I am smart and stupid. I was smart that I figured out the problem, and I'm stupid that I can't actually calculate anything. I'm like, I have spent enough time on this planet to know that I know what kind of smart I am. I am not a calculator. I'm not good at maths. I'm very good at lateral thinking. I can problem solve, I just can't calculate. When I play chess, I'll find all the forks. I'll find all the tactics, but I cannot do strategy. I do not know how to win at chess. I just know how to find a really cool move that complicates the position. It's wit. It's not intelligence. That's the problem. I can come up with some lateral solution or something you probably didn't think of, but I don't actually know how to do the work. Great for backseating. If I had a programmer that I was telling how to do the work, oh, we'd be so good. All right, so the thing that I'm trying to do now, I have to leave soon. I got less than 10 minutes. The thing that I have to do here is when I'm zooming, somehow this is not doing what it's supposed to do. If I save it without this stuff, what happens? It's literally the same thing. Okay. I'm the ideas guy. No, I'm all right. I just get lost sometimes. I don't understand why this no longer works. Because the camera, the world graph camera, should be moving when we do this. Wait, it is moving. Well, I would prefer if it didn't in that case. Wait, is the graph moving? Well, the graph is scaling up. The positions of the nodes are not moving. None of that's moving because the camera... Do you know there's one way we could solve this to make this really easy to solve? Do you know what we do? We put the camera on the graph. That would save a lot of energy. The problem is we'd have to scale the camera inversely to the graph scaling. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. You put this in there, you save it, you back up. Yeah, that's the only thing. Well, it still doesn't do really what I would want. Well, if I don't do these updates, then it just works all the time, no matter what we're doing. And this will allow us to scale and zoom at the same time to translate and scale. See? So the only thing we need to do is invert. This is I have a little trick for this. It's really not one that I like, but this might work. No. Okay, let's remove that. So essentially the position of the camera now is just always going to be correct because it's the local position is the only thing driving it, which is great. It's now the problem of the graph scaling up and down is going to make the camera all wonky. So we need the camera to inversely scale relative to the graph. So we could say maybe like on update, maybe late update, we could say cam.local scale equals vector3.1 at all times. It's just always scaling correctly. It should be lossy scale, not local scale. But you can't set that. So equals how do you do this? Is it vector 3.1 divided by cam.lossy scale? You can't divide? You have to do what, component wise? Do you know what I'm trying to do here? Yeah. No. I've done this before. That's not how that works. There's a way to do this. I know there is. Let's say that like we've got 0.5 and then the other thing is 0.5 inside of that, which makes this lossy scale 0.25. If I wanted this to be 1, then I say 1 divided by 0.25, make that my local scale. Isn't that it? Local scale is 1 on lossy scale? Am I crazy? Do I totally not understand this? Because shouldn't this then 1 divided by 0.25 should make this 4, right? What? Just standard, please. 1 divided by 0.25 should be 2, sorry. So when you take the lossy scale that it wants to be, and then you make its local scale go up. I guess we could say if cam.local scale, cam.lossy scale is not equal vector 3.1, do that. Still not right. Oh, it's so close. It's trying real hard. Well, this number must not be 1. Ah, hang on a second. Well, what is it? It's something close to 1. Well, we could say like this then. Another way to do it would be the local scale of the canvas. It'll always be right if it's doing that. Hey, there we go. Now we need to move the speed slower, depending on how close we are. Cool. Whew. Solved at 5:58. Ba-da-da-dum. That's a bit ugly. Oh no. I don't like that the clouds are shifting. That's screwing me up. But the clouds live somewhere nice. Try again. Why do we have two clouds? What the hell? They're the same. What the hell is going on? Oh, they don't, it doesn't matter where they are. What matters is the parameter that's going in. Well, I mean, we could just say the local position now. I don't know if we need to store it like that. Nah. G'day. I don't even know if we need to do this. What are we doing that for? Material offset equals travel minus chem local position. I don't even know what that is. Why do we need to do that? Why don't we just say travel? Why don't we just say travel here? Still a lot of moon around. Okay. Still wrong. It's still wrong. Because the world graph camera moves, but it's not. It's not moving its local position. But I guess neither is the camera. So the clouds need to pass in. The clouds need to pass in the actual position as part of the offset. But that's what it's doing. That's the whole point. It's literally what it's doing right now. But it's just like transform position. It's just position, not local position. Okay. But then I don't know if we need to do the Y stuff. Okay. But now we're moving basically nowhere. Hey, it's been good. If we take that and we make it 0.1f, now we get a little bit of parallax. If we make it 0.05, or like we get the correct parallax, we get this nonsense too. I hate that. I guess it would be the oh, dude. And then we're going to divide this by 10,000 like we did before. And then we flip it or minus it. And then we flip the Y right back where we started. But then we still get this weird issue where it's moving a lot more. Oh, Adam the Pixel King. Speed. I gotta go, pals. This was fun, but I gotta make dinner at my in-laws' place. So I can't do it right now. We gotta just commit this as broken. Let's make a new unstage it. Unstage everything. We'll put it onto chapter 1 edits. Stash and reapply changes. That's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to do. Shit. Nope. Can I like unstage this, take all of this, and stash 14 files? Map, scaling, stuff. Wait, for real? Uh-oh. Can I just go back to development and stash and reapply? Ruh-roh. Okay. Now I don't know what the problem is. It won't let me do anything. What have I done? You need to resolve your current index first. Resolve, please. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take all of these and I'm going to resolve using patch. Okay. Literally, please, just these three. Map node does not exist? Bruh. Okay. Shit. Okay. Whip map features. I didn't call it stuff, and you know that. Damn it. I need to merge these now. Crud. Oh, how could I have done this? Well, this is nothing. Okay, so it's really just this file. I think it's chapter 1 edits that I want to use, but let's just merge them anyway. So I moved that to there. I took this and I made it this. Yeah, we're going to use this one. Okay. Holy moly. Or as my sister-in-law says, hooly dooly. Speaking of which, I really gotta go. Look at this, it's like a railway station. Oh no. Random. Who wrote that? I didn't write that. All right. Push that. That's on a different branch. That's on a music branch. That's Elias. Look. Oh no, Mega Mojo. No, that's Morgan. Tisk Tisk. She's not very familiar with Git anyway. It's not a big deal. All right. I gotta go. Thank you, pals. It was a pleasure. See you later. No raids, no time. Bye-bye. Wishlist Insignia on Steam if you're a real one. See ya.